No, no. नहीं नहीं चलेगा चलेगा ऋषभ से डन one can come from there, one can come from here. Yeah. So Asim, you'll come first. Yeah, they'll go sit there.
So when you're introducing they'll sit?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then probably after you're introduced, you'll probably call the referee, then both of you can go to
Yeah. Start.
So, आपने सर यहाँ से निकल जाता है अभी live because you take this photo. The links is live written and broadcast.
No, it started.
आप उसका ले उनका ले रहे हैं हम लोग लॉग यहाँ से हो ना
Ready, Rishabh? Welcome everybody to the final day of BaulkLine 4.0. It's been a long journey for everyone here. We are here. The two champions are here. The Sharma table is here. Easily, and I really mean easily, the best two snooker players in India since a very long time. Mutual respect between the two of them. They've met multiple times in finals in the last 4-5 years, and it's happening again. It's a rerun. They will fight it out today for the most coveted BaulkLine trophy. So please give a BaulkLine welcome to the both of them. For the first session, we have international gold class referee in ACBS and IBSF, Wasim Ahmed from Chennai, refereeing the coveted final. In the second session, we will have Suresh from Chennai, silver class referee in ACBS, refereeing the final as well. Not a very long time ago, there were a certain bunch of people watching a certain someone, cheering him on to beat 4 times world snooker champion Mark Selby. When he potted that last black, the echoes of our celebrations in Hindu Gymkhana had reached the United Kingdom. He's back from the UK. He is our world number 63. He is the tiger. He is one to beat multiple world champions with his mother by his side. This Mother's Day, can he give the best gift to his mother? She's proud of him. India is proud of him. Please welcome Mr. 147 Ishpreet Singh. At a point in time, there was a certain teenager who picked up a cue, never knowing what impact he's going to leave and have on Indian and world snooker. 28 world titles, multiple national titles. A boy from Bengaluru turned his fortunes around, while RCB is still looking for their first and kept saying, "Is saal cup naam de." This boy from Bengaluru said, "Prati saal cup naam de," which means I win a cup every year. That's just how consistent he has been. He is the reigning, defending NSCI All India BaulkLine champion, a Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, the poster boy of Indian snooker, Pankaj Advani. Best luck. Best luck. Ha, come. We'll take one. Come.
No, first we'll take only referees.
Yeah. That's okay. Come, Rishabh. Take one quickly before they start. Come. Thank you. Thank you. Best of luck, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the BaulkLine Arena. We're here for the finals. It's an exciting day. We've got the challenger, Ishpreet Singh, seeking redemption for BaulkLine 3.0. And of course, we've got Pankaj, the defending champion. Joined with me in the commentary box is a junior, a very good player, Mr. Tathya Sajdev. Welcome, Tathya.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You've been following BaulkLine now since a while. You've played BaulkLine.
Yes.
What do you think about this match?
I think it is a match of two equals, two very different players with their own strengths and weaknesses, but two very equal players. There's no underdog here, there's no favorite here, and I expect and would want to see this match go right down to the wire, as it did, I think, sometime last year as well. It was a very close affair last year as well. I wasn't here to witness this, unfortunately, but I am here today.
Nice. I think it's great to have you with us. You played BaulkLine 4.0 as well.
Of
You
course.
qualified from your zone. You came here in the main arena. You played it. While our champions are taking their time, please share some of your experience at the zonal level, and then after you qualified, after you came here.
That's a beautiful plant. He's just obviously very, very good at spotting these and getting these as well. That's for my experience.
That's very true. You know, he sees a few plants which you don't see,
Yes.
or we don't notice, and he makes a few ridiculous ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think we have about 125, 128 viewers. So welcome to all the viewers. Fantastic, you guys are joining us. We've got all the action live here. Tathya, you were saying?
Yeah, well, so firstly, the concept of the zonal itself is something that is taking the game into almost every corner of the country, right? Which is fantastic for them, not just for the players who are in Bombay or Tier 1 cities. So it allows for a greater sense of competition in the main event as well, and it gives you much needed match practice near your hometown or in your hometown.
Correct.
Which is great financially speaking as well for the players, because once you qualify from there, you get that amount to come here, manage your expenses when it comes to the stay, when it comes to commute as well. So that entire concept is something that I think was very novel and very well executed, because I personally was party to it as well. So I really enjoyed that experience.
That's nice to know. In fact, we've got so much input from all the players when they were talking about the zonal qualifiers. There were some players and some partners who were saying that they've got players who do not step out of their own club. They don't even play a qualifying or any other match if it's in the same city in another.
But because it was in their club, they decided to play the event.
Because it was coming on to a national stage.
Of course.
Where they were saying, okay, listen, we're going to get this opportunity, we're going to get some financial support in terms of the number one and number two. We were giving them 10,000 and 9,000 ex-Mumbai players. So I think they loved the initiative we took. And that was the whole idea. That was the ethos of BaulkLine, that we wanted players across India to come and participate. We're doing it at this level. We're giving these kind of playing conditions. So yeah, I think for us, I can very proudly say for myself and the entire team of BaulkLine that I think we initially, when we designed the entire the qualifiers, we actually thought that it could be a hit or a miss, and in some places we were slightly tentative, not because we announced it there, it's just because of the response. And then, as a fraternity is, last 2 days they all come in flocks.
Absolutely.
And they start registering.
Yeah.
The first 10 days there's no action happening. We're like wondering, we are running behind all the partners saying, "Arey, registration nahi aaya, kisi ko bolo, kuch karo." And then
But
all
in
of a
the
sudden
last
we
couple
see,
of days, the entries
exactly,
start coming in.
exactly. So I think it's fantastic. So yes, very proud that we executed this, and shout out to all our zonal partners. They did a lot of heavy lifting for us, doing zonals at their place, and the entire coordination. Of course, we all went in touch. We spoke multiple times through the months as we spoke. It's taken about 6 months to design this whole thing. Getting in touch with all the zonal partners, deciding the venues and how we're going to do the operations. But I think what we see is a fantastic outcome here. So
And it's been a hit, much more than a miss, of course, because you see the final and you see, I think the match that everybody wanted to see as the final. I won't lie about it at all. These are bar none the two best players the country has to offer when it comes to snooker. One of them is playing in the UK. The other one is currently so Ishpreet with wins over Mark Selby very recently. He reached the semi-final of, I believe, what was the Scottish Open, if I'm not mistaken, one of the home nation series events. Pankaj Advani, the current national snooker champion, the current Asian snooker champion, the current BaulkLine winner, the current Western India snooker champion, the current CCI snooker classic champion.
True.
So every tournament that he plays, I don't even know if he's lost a match in India in the past however many months. So one of them is just showcasing this country's talent outside in the UK on the world stage, and the other one is dominating the domestic circuit as he always has, and the international circuit as he always has for the past almost 20 years now.
right.
And as I say that, he's left Ishpreet with an opening there.
Yeah, seems to be a good one. And Ishpreet is very good with these kind of shots. Under the black, it's just amazing to see him play these kind of shots. Of course, this is relatively much more easier for him, but I've seen those negative angle shots and he thumps them in. So it's always a treat to watch him play these kind of shots.
I think the experience of again playing on the pro circuit where you've got such tight pockets, whether it's while you're practicing, while you're playing the matches, really gives you the confidence to come and do that here, because you're doing that under that kind of pressure. This becomes somewhat of a routine for you, and Ishpreet now has a chance once again to convert from here, take the first frame, establish the initial lead. He's got a couple of reds at the very least to the bottom left pocket. He's got a couple of reds. He's got one red to the bottom right pocket, two reds near the center of the table, and that bunch of three reds as well, where something might be going based on the angles he gets the white in.
Oh, very rightly said, Tatya. I think this is elementary clearance for, Ishpreet or Pankaj, the way the balls are placed. A few nudges here and there, and I think the first frame is in the bag.
Barring something unforeseen, absolutely should be.
That's
for
right. That's
Ishpreet.
right. Now maybe a kick or maybe a drift. That's the only thing. But I don't think especially with Ishpreet, he doesn't like to play those soft drag shots. He's always hit them firm. He does not allow the table to behave in any certain way, but putting the ball in.
I think that's just experience playing in, where you figure out how to play shots to minimize the risk of something that isn't your fault to begin with. You strike the ball, you're supposed to, in concept, strike a ball in a certain way, where even a kick won't do much to deter you from doing with the white or with the object ball what you wanted to do in the first place.
That's right.
And that just comes with experience. That's not something that you can explain in words.
That is right.
Personally speaking, the conditions for me have been absolutely phenomenal, in the sense that I played 8 frames and did not see a single kick throughout, which is incredible, really. So.
And you have played here during the
On the same table, I think,
on the
both
same
of
table.
my matches, yes.
How would you rate these tables, the conditions?
So over the past few months, I've been playing a lot of tournaments across Bombay and across the country as well.
You played the nationals as well.
I played the nationals as well. So for me, BaulkLine offered one of the best condition setups when it comes to the tables, when it comes to, of course, the atmosphere here in the BaulkLine arena. over the past few months, again, I've played a lot of places, and this is not just me saying it, but I discussed this in private with other players as well, that the conditions, for me at least, in my personal experience, were absolutely phenomenal. Didn't get that, where's the red going? It's on in the center pocket. Ishpreet there, off the black, went into the bunch, could not get the right perfect split and went out of position, so he had to play safe. And it's ended up going wrong for him.
Yeah, it is. It has ended up going wrong. I think it's safe to say he's going to try and come back for the blue. Will he be able to hold the cue ball for the black? That's the because the
Well, it's a centre pot, and given his billiards prowess, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold for the black.
but I just
And,
felt that the angle was too much. I
The
think
angle
the pink
was
is
too
in.
much.
I think
So
the
he
pink
had
is
the
on.
pink.
Yeah, he's gone for that.
He had the option to get the brown if he overran slightly.
Correct, correct. His expression says that I think the pink is too straight, and he doesn't have that angle to go into the pack or free up a couple of balls. It seems so. Let's see. He's got that one lone red to go for, and then he can try and now create an angle for the pink again. Probably a one cushion.
I think Pankaj has come back into form when it comes to snooker over the past year, annexing multiple titles. I think that it had started at BaulkLine itself, to be honest, and probably gave him back his confidence and his will to, get back to winning snooker titles more frequently. It culminated with the national championship, and then the Asian championship, and now he's back to where his renaissance of sorts began. He is headed to Q school right after this, which again I think was a great decision on the part of Team BaulkLine to adjust the dates for the tournament in such a way where the players did not have to choose between the Q school and what is now undoubtedly the premier snooker tournament in this country, because that is a tough choice to make and a choice that a player should not have to make. And the fact that they're getting Pankaj is getting this kind of match practice with a professional, playing with an active professional ahead of Q school will come in advantageous to him in Thailand later
Definitely,
this month.
definitely. It's going to be very handy. He's played a couple of. I mean, this is his fifth match in BaulkLine. They started off in the round of 32, and then they've been playing, and this is his fifth match. I'm sure it's going to do good for him in terms of just match play, match experience, getting that hand going. But yes, so it was. Pankaj was not there for BaulkLine 1.0 and 2.0. He came in BaulkLine 3, and it was very special for us because he was one player which was missing from the lineup.
Right.
And having him, I had also said this earlier as well, that having him in the lineup just completes BaulkLine.
Absolutely.
Having one of the best QS in the country play the game, I think the lineup just becomes phenomenal. And about yesterday's game, I think yesterday Aditya Mehta versus Ishpreet, I think was the best match of BaulkLine till today, till now. The comeback was phenomenal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ishpreet running away with the match, 6-2, and then from there, one by one, Aditya. Saw him after a very long time in that form. He had his ups and downs in the match. He showed some sort of frustration as well with a few shots. But I loved the attitude. I loved the way he, kept knocking at the doors, coming back, pushing Ishpreet in the corner. Made it 7-6, and
Leading by 50 points,
50 points.
more than 50 points actually, with 4 reds on the table. Ishpreet with a fantastic counter clearance. Absolutely phenomenal. I was watching it at Karjim Khana on the TV. I could not catch the entire match, unfortunately, because we had a league match going on. So I was kind of managing playing and catching
And watching.
Ishpreet
Yeah, yeah.
at the same time, because again, Ishpreet and Aditya Mehta are two of the finest talents this country has ever produced. You want to watch them. I wanted to be here. I could not be. I am here
Correct.
today. But
Correct. No, and the best thing is that both one former pro has spent 10 years of his life playing at the pro circuit. Highest ranked Indian, I think 47.
40, 47, 48,
47.
somewhere there, yeah.
And playing Ishpreet, who is a current pro, you could actually see that level, in the game. Of course, both of them were slightly scrappy in the start. Both gave each other chances, but I think the quality of snooker was fantastic. As one was leading, the other started, catching up. So a shout out to Aditya Mehta, I think, for giving us the best
a hell
match.
of a match, yeah, absolutely.
Till now, the best match. Fantastic.
All four semi-finalists are either a current professional in Ishpreet or former professionals in
former.
Himanshu Jain and Aditya Mehta and Pankaj Advani.
That's right.
Which, once again, is a testament to the fantastic conditions, because it is the meritorious players who are coming through. When you see long format games, best of 15s, best of 19s, and you see the best players coming through, you know that the tournament is done in a way that suits the players who are the best, and that is
That's
how
right.
it's supposed to be. The best players are supposed to come through. Obviously, everybody loves a good underdog story, but yeah, it was a dicey angle, and he got a nice spot there on the yellow.
It seems an elementary clearance for Pankaj now. He just needs one good position. He's slightly straight on the green. Probably he'll try and stun it for.
Brown off cushion, I would say, in the bottom left, or he's come for the bottom right pocket.
Slightly unlucky there.
And,
Slightly unlucky there. I think he's got the pot. I think he has the pot.
Brown is certainly on. Whether the pot is on is a question. Whether he goes for it is a
Slightly
question.
dicey. And because he's taking his time, it doesn't seem to be it's on. I think he's going to try and play a safe shot. The frame is not yet over.
Yeah, leave the brown on the baulk cushion up and down the table. Seems to be the idea.
Yeah.
And he's got the brown, he's got the blue and the pink to cover the brown up. I think he's covered it up with the brown. Maybe not entirely, but he's in a good position. Ishpreet, after that initial visit of 30, 40 odd points, not in an enviable position. That's well played. That's probably the best he could have done there.
Yeah, that's a well-controlled shot there, keeping both the cue ball and the object ball on the cushion.
And Pankaj again will have to play safe, whether he goes up and down, whether he goes thin off the brown, leaves the brown on the baulk cushion, gets the white back up top to the black cushion. He has, I think, those two options. But he is the best safety player in this country, so there definitely might be options there that I can't even foresee that he's going to play. And the focus was on keeping the brown safe. He was not very focused on getting the white down the table.
But there seems like a half chance for Ishpreet.
He's caught it too thick, I think.
He's got it too thick. It gives him a free shot, just to go for that brown, cut it in. And he's done well there. He's played with great speed.
And,
Not so lucky with the cannon, but I think it seems to be. Do you think he's going to try and cut this in the middle with coming two cushion or one cushion?
I doubt it. I think he's going for it in the top pocket.
In the top pocket.
Follow off one cushion probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a great shot. Yeah. Where's the cue ball? Oh, he's got that perfectly. He needs one. He needs the pink to close this frame. He's leading 2 points.
Once again, you mentioned how he plays these shots very, very firm to avoid
Correct.
to avoid leaving anything up to chance when it comes to a kick or anything
That's right.
unforeseen that could happen on a table.
That's right. So, yeah, I mean, this is, and this is exactly what happened last year as well. The opening frame, Ishpreet clinched the first one, and then Pankaj came and dominated the next three. Let's see if the storyline has a twist.
I would hope so, yeah.
So while we are setting up the frame, we also have with us, joining us, another BaulkLine committee member. He's and he's our very own Tobu, and Tobu is someone who adds a lot of fun. You put it off?
Pankaj Advani
Okay,
down for
we
the
can
kickoff,
we
to
can
kick off the second
unmute.
phase.
I'd like to quickly. Okay, you may have already heard that. So there's a slight delay because it's trying to get the air conditioning to the optimum speed, and we are back. And with that, I'd like to introduce our committee member Tobu, the man responsible for bringing life and laughter in BaulkLine. He's the one who makes us all stay light on our feet. Tobu, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Rishabh. As always, it's a pleasure.
Stand off one cushion probably, is my guess. For the black.
Oh, he's missed that. Saw a little.
Bit of communication between Pankaj and Ishpreet on that shot regarding something that was off.
I think he was saying that the cue ball had it kicked. So he was just telling Ishpreet that it kicked maybe.
And it's just that amount of healthy respect that the two have for one another, despite fierce battles on the table, that really just personifies the sport and the beauty that it possesses. We are all rivals on the table, but as soon as we are off the table,
They're the two best snooker players right now in the country for sure.
for sure.
They've won and they've faced each other so many times in the last 3 years. It's not even funny.
Do you guys think he's going to go for that pot?
Yeah, of course he's going to go for the bottle.
Oh, he just missed it.
He's Ishpreet. He is going to go for anything he sees.
Does he get lucky? Does he get lucky?
Yeah, he does. He puts his hand up. He puts his hand up to say sorry, as he got a little lucky there.
Pankaj, having a look at that red right next to the brown.
Tathya, you know, with the kind of experience that Pankaj has in billiards, his safety play.
Oh, and
Yeah,
that is
speaking of billiards,
that is the commentator's curse.
That is the commentator's curse, my bad.
That is the commentator's curse.
I'm sure he's trying to screw it onto the cushion and then getting it to the baulk cushion. I think he gave less power to it.
I think he had to play that thin to avoid a significant cannon on the brown, and he was limited in what he could do there. So once again, he had a look because it was not an easy shot at all.
Ishpreet has gone for that again and he's missed. Just it rattles the jaws of the pocket
He's got lucky again.
and he's got a little lucky again.
But that is Ishpreet very early in the match saying that he is unfazed by the past 2 losses that he has faced against Pankaj. He's not going to change at all the way he approaches the game.
And that's how you're supposed to play.
And
You
that
don't
is-
change your game according to
that
the
is
opponent. You change your game never.
Never.
So
Absolutely.
that's what I've always been saying. You play the game, not the name.
Yeah, you play the game,
It's
not
very
the name.
important. You play the game, not the name.
Snooker is that one sport where when you're on the table, the opponent, the referee, no one can do anything other than you. So if you miss, you can only blame yourself. You cannot blame the opponent. They're playing on the same table as you. A lot of players, they say that the table is slow, the table is running too fast. But at the end,
You have got to adapt.
You have to adapt. You have
know.
to adapt
You
because
play
at the
cricket
end-
and you've got all sorts of pitches, and then you play tennis and you've got all sorts of courts, and you play just an amazing number of sports, and it comes with its own conditions.
And at
every
the
single
end,
time.
you're playing on the same table. It's not like he's playing on table number 2 and he's playing on table number 3. It's the
There is
exact
a
same
winner,
table.
right? So somebody's doing better than the other.
Yeah.
But talking about adapting, I think we've got Pankaj on the screen, who is one of the best in terms of adapting to any sort of conditions. I think it's phenomenal, and it's
Oh,
a
what a
masterclass.
shot that is.
It's a masterclass from him.
What a shot that is.
Yeah,
Just
fantastic.
once again a
He's-
tap of the cue on the
He is the
cushion.
king of safety in India. No one can match his safety for sure. His safety play is just another level.
And that is precisely why Ishpreet needs to go for his shots, because he cannot involve himself in the game that Pankaj wants him to play.
Correct.
Because then it essentially becomes a cat and mouse game, right? Once again, you saw Ishpreet struggle with that safety shot, and he's left Pankaj on with a rest shot into the bottom right pocket. The bunch is very, very tight. I doubt there's much that can be done here on this visit.
No, I think there's one red which goes towards the right in the same pocket. If he pots this and takes the pink, there's one more red which is open.
Smoothly struck. He's got a nice angle on the pink as well.
Pankaj hit 3 centuries in the semi-final. Yeah, I think he's lost totally in this tournament. He's lost 5 frames, 6 frames.
Once again, that bunch is too tight to get into from any angle whatsoever. So he'll have to go safe here, but he's opened up a few reds. Oh wow, look at the pink's positioning there.
And it's a kiss on one of the balls, this touching ball.
You might
That's
not
what
be
Wasim
able
Mehmet
to
was saying. the
might
referee was
not be
saying.
able to see this on the screen, but a couple of expressions on Pankaj's face that indicated he was not happy with how luck favored him on that
Yeah,
shot.
but
at
he
all.
got a little lucky though, as there was a kiss, so he could play a good safety shot.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
something about Pankaj's safety, he just doesn't play safe. He plays safe to trap you in ways where you tend to sell, or you tend to give him an easy shot somewhere else.
It's like he's
Or-
playing chess.
Yeah, I think it's his safety play is fantastic.
Let's see what Ishpreet does here. Can he see that red?
Yeah, he'll have come thin of 2 cushions around the brown, probably is my guess. He's got that too thin,
Is the ball going to travel?
and he's left that red on into the bottom right pocket as well for the taking. A good stun follow or a slow follow shot, and he's got the black on in the left bottom pocket. Too much of an angle there, so he went to open the red and the black, and not a favorable kiss. Once again, he will have to play safe.
You know, in this tournament, Pankaj has not been challenged at all since the time he has arrived. He's not been challenged. It's just like he's finishing off everyone within like best of 13s, best of 15s in like 4 hours. He's just decimating everyone, humiliating everyone. And of course, now today is the big challenge because it's Ishpreet.
I'm sure Ishpreet is, or rather Pankaj is very aware
Of what Ishpreet can do.
Ishpreet can do, and he does know what happened last year as well. So he's not going to take it easy. He's going to play his game. He's going to take his chances, and we're going to see both of them get into a safety battle for sure.
Has he? Oh, I think he sold that red. I mean, it's not easy. He's going to be able. He has to queue over it. But there's another red which is potable.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's an easy positioning available
Bottom right of
anywhere.
your screen.
The black and the blue are tight up against the cushion. The pink is stuck among the reds. So, positionally,
That's wonderfully struck. But what do you do now? Is he going to try to come behind the green and brown?
yeah, I think so. I think that is the shot to play.
He's going to try and free up the blue.
And try to come behind the green and brown, I think.
He's going to give a little bit of
Left side,
of
yeah.
the ball. He's going to try and get the blue out to cushion and try and get behind the smaller box colors.
Yeah, he's had, once again, what you said with the blue is what he's considering doing with the black here. He took his time. He has
He's
evaluated his options.
He's free the black instead.
The black, again, I don't think goes in either of the bottom corner pockets, but at least it's off out of the cushion area now. He's trying to get in behind the yellow and the green and the brown, all very, very close to one another. He's got that slightly too thick,
That's a good shot though.
but his white is close to the cushion, so that's a good safety.
No, but he has a red which he can see on the right. He can play 2 cushion or 3 cushion and come behind the green and brown maybe. Is he trying that? Yeah, that's the shot I was talking about. That is the shot I was talking about. And he has played that really, really well. He's played that almost to perfection.
Yeah, so once again, Ishpreet on that previous shot was not perfect. And when you're playing safety, and when you're in a safety battle with Pankaj Advani, you have to be very near perfection if you want to win. So, yeah.
I wonder what Ishpreet's going to do from here. It's not an easy safety. Maybe, but he has 2 reds which he can go for. He has 3 actually. Tough reds, tough pots. So early in the match, I don't see either of them taking too many risks.
He's once again aiming thin on that red, trying to go off 2 cushions.
That's a beautiful shot.
Oh, he's gone for the
That's a
pot as
beautiful
well. You
shot.
look at the white
And oh my god, look at that white. It came exactly where he wanted it. And
exactly,
he got the
just
pot,
went
so now he's
extremely thin, off 2 cushions, but he had the pot in mind as well, so that if he gets the pot, now he can just, if he wants to, stick the white behind the brown or the yellow, but that does not seem to be what he's going for.
no, green is on.
The
I'm
green
sure
is
he'll
on
take
and
the
he has a
green.
chance, and he's perhaps looking to take it. Following off 1 cushion.
So the thing with Pankaj is, his safety is also so good, his potting is so strong, and his break building is also amazing. That's what makes him a 28-time world champion. Just taking his time here.
Because with that red, he did free up the black in the bottom right pocket, and this red pot has allowed
That's
him
a
to come
good
for the
shot.
black and
That's
get
a
it back
beautiful
on the
shot.
spot. And every single red here is
Simple snooker.
there for the taking, I would say, barring the one next to the pink, which maybe hinders another red being potted into the bottom left pocket.
He doesn't need to try anything funny here. Like Sarang kept telling me throughout the tournament, Sarang Shroff, former national champion, kept telling me that just look at the way Pankaj is playing. He's just touching the ball. He's not doing anything stupid. He's just playing simple snooker. Not trying anything funny. When he's getting a chance, he's going for the kill. And that's exactly what Pankaj has been doing in this tournament, and just decimating everyone. He's got a rest shot now. Shouldn't be a problem for him. That's a good shot. He's back in prime position. I don't know if out of those 3 reds, if any of them go into the bottom left pocket.
They do. 2 of them, at least the lower one, is available.
Mr. BaulkLine has a better view, I'm guessing. So clearly it goes. This will free up a lot of the other Reds. What a shot he's played. These kind of shots are the shots which actually make the break. You know, opening 1-2 Reds here and there. A lot of us amateurs don't understand that. We try to come straight on the red just to confirm the next black. But the way these pros play it,
Yeah, it's different. You know,
It's very
they
different.
they nudge these reds out one by one, and one of the main factors for them is potting the black and not missing it.
and especially never coming straight on the black.
Yeah.
They're never straight on
Always
the
an
black.
angle.
They're never straight on the black. And even if they are, they find a way through giving a reverse side and, you know, like playing it with
Correct.
top spin, follow, and all of that. It's just amazing, especially in these last 5 days. What we've witnessed in BaulkLine has been insane. The way Ishpreet, Aditya, Pankaj, Himanshu.
Yeah, true.
Himanshu played really well.
I was just telling Rathya and that I think the match of BaulkLine was yesterday between Aditya Mehta and Ishpreet Singh.
I beg to differ. I think the match of BaulkLine is going to be today.
Till now, till date.
Yeah.
Till now, it was Aditya versus Ishpreet. I think it was a phenomenal comeback by Aditya. He was on the verge of making it 7-all,
Yeah.
but it was a phenomenal clearance by Ishpreet.
See, even this shot, he makes it look so easy. He's played that with side.
That's right.
He's made it look so easy. That's why his billiards also helps him, of course.
Yeah, helps him a lot.
The side. No, he didn't. Like, he just played it so easily. It's a much tougher shot than it looks. For the layman, it's like, ये तो कोई भी कर सकता है. But for us players who play, we know how tough these shots are.
Crucial shot coming up.
Yeah, this is a crucial shot.
You would have preferred staying more straighter on that ball.
I think he's fine though. I think he's fine.
Oh, what a
That's
great
a
shot
beautiful
that is.
shot. That's a beautiful
And,
shot.
I think that these shots under the black, they are like elementary for him because of his billiards.
Yeah.
Unlucky there.
That's a little unlucky. He was trying to cannon the red towards the right, full ball,
That's
but
right.
he hit the red in the center.
I think he's eyeing a snooker behind the blue ball.
Blue, yeah, blue maybe. And he's made the pink safe as well. So 61 points ahead with 59 on the table.
The frame is safe for Pankaj. Ishpreet down by 61 points with 59 points on the table.
That's right. He won snooker. Not difficult, but it all depends on what happens to this red. Yeah, I think this is frame. It's 1-all.
And the first 50 plus break of the final as well. In what is expected to be a high quality affair with good breaks, plenty of breaks. Pankaj is as good as anyone when you are among the balls near the top of the table. Maybe long potting is where Ishpreet has the edge. Pankaj counters that with a very effective safety. So the way they attack will be slightly different, in the sense that Ishpreet, when he gets those half chances, perhaps even shots that an ordinary player might not even look at. He'll see those and he'll go for those, and more often than not he'll get those. And his conversion rate is absolutely phenomenal. Pankaj is somebody who's more patient with what chances he wants to take. So the approach of both players is going to be slightly different, but once they're among the balls, you can expect high quality breaks from both of them. Score is 1-1 as one of our match of issues, Mr. Wasim Ahmed, getting out the balls and putting up the frame.
It's 1-1. And long way to go. Best of 19. 2 down.
And it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It is. It is.
And
First to 10 is the champion. Someone needs to get to 9. Or rather win 9 more.
What was the format last year for the final?
Same way.
Versus 19?
It was best of 19, same way. So we're going to be playing probably 5 or 6 frames maximum, depending on how much time it takes now. We're going to have a 1.5 hour lunch break. And then we will get back to the games, I think an hour and a half.
And I think that makes sense for the viewers as well, because I would expect people to start flocking into the arena for that session once again.
That's a good break. That's a good break off. Easy though. Just go back into the bunch. Missing the pink. He just shouldn't slide through, or yeah, he didn't slide through. The problem with that shot, sometimes if you slide through, you can sell red.
White looks to be going near the pocket.
Where's the cue ball going? A shout out to John Virgo. Again, Pankaj's safety coming into play. He actually earns his chances.
He really does.
He really earns his chances. He earns his chances, and honestly, Ishpreet creates his chances from nowhere. The way he cues, the way he plays, Ishpreet, he's just, it's like a new flock of breed which has come into Indian snooker. Fearless.
You know, after Ishpreet has come onto the stage and playing some fantastic snooker, you can see the mentality change in players.
Yeah.
Rather than making their 20, 30, 40s and then sticking it somewhere.
60s, 70s as well.
They're now going for their shots. They want to play the positive snooker that they see Ishpreet showing us, and that is what is needed. The change in mentality.
That's something that I believe has been instilled into him by his coach, my coach, many
My
of
coach.
Yes, that's I was gonna say our coach
And my friend,
and Mr. Yasin
Mr. Yasin Merchant. Mr. Yasin is going to be in the BaulkLine arena.
Is he? That's a
he-
surprise, and that's a very pleasant surprise.
He messaged yesterday trying to find out the details. He's traveling.
He's, I think, flying in today.
He's flying
I
in
think he's
today.
already landed.
Yeah, he's flying in today, and he wants to see Ishpreet in action. So we're gonna have him with us very soon. It's fantastic to have the Yasin Merchant in the arena.
He's
He was
the
very
one.
keen. He was very keen to play as well.
Yeah, but he
because
had
of
to
his
travel.
travel
Yeah,
plans.
he couldn't be here.
He couldn't.
That's the only
And-
tournament he plays in the year.
And I was just going to say that
Yeah.
that I would like to take pride in saying that the one tournament he plays in the entire year is BaulkLine. Unfortunately, we had to change our dates
Because of Q School,
because
of
of
course.
Q School, and he wasn't able to participate.
But next year we'll make sure that he's available, and we'll manage the dates according to him.
Well, the nationals this year, I believe, are going to be in October.
Oh,
Okay.
The nationals this year is going to be in October in 2 different venues. There's going to be a separate 6 red, separate 15 red. Probably 2 different states are going to do that.
but then
So-
isn't that a little hectic for the players?
No, I think it'll be perfect, right? Because your entire calendar for the next year opens up.
Absolutely.
Because the nationals takes anywhere from January to February.
Yeah.
They're taking about 40 days. Now by doing it in this year itself, it'll be good for us. So we as BaulkLine, 5.0 can be in January, January or February. This this helps us avoid Q School and also the Hayball tournament,
Right.
ensuring that the best of India are here for BaulkLine.
Pankaj's safety once again came into play on the previous shot. The red that you see closest to the bottom left pocket, dangerously close to it, but his white was just so strong that he left Ishpreet with absolutely nothing on except that escape off the side cushion into the bunch. And Pankaj once again has that option to once again put Ishpreet in the positioning of the white vis-a-vis the reds was such
If
that
they
he
play
could
a
not do
few,
much there.
if they play a few more shots like this, I think they're going to ask for a re-rack. With the red on the mouth of the pocket. Okay, no, but Ishpreet is playing an aggressive safety. Looks like that. Yeah, he is.
He's played that well.
He's played that very well. That's a very good shot.
So Pankaj, it seems like he's just pushing that cue ball there, gonna hit the cushion and then get to the red there. That's well played.
And he does have, Ishpreet does have that red into the center
In the
pocket.
center, that's right.
Of course, the angle we are looking from is slightly different from the one on the
This
screen.
is a tough pot. This is
So
a
there
tough
are some
pot.
shots you might see that we might not, or some shots we might see that you might not.
But this is a tough pot. This is not easy at all. Yeah, like I said, not easy at all.
But he's not really left anything on. I
Yeah,
think
Pankaj
Pankaj will play
the,
safe
yeah, with the red
off
under
that red
down.
in the bulk, yes. Try to send that red up and down the table between the brown and the green, and stick the white close to the cushion.
Ooh, that.
Yeah, that's something you would not expect from him.
I think he's sold red in the center. Yes, it looks like he has.
This time Ishpreet queuing, looking to strike firm. Bottom of the cue ball.
Oh, he's missed again. The red in the center. It was a tough shot because he had to hold for the blue or the pink.
Absolutely.
It was not as easy as it looked. He was trying to hold it for the blue, so that's why he missed it.
There's a lot of times throughout the day today where you're gonna look at the table and look at the players and think snooker is an easy sport. Trust me, it is not. It is not just played on the table, it is played in your own mind. And when you look at Ishpreet making a 147 earlier in this tournament, he making a 147
In
a couple
CCI.
of months ago in CCI. 2 back-to-back tournaments he's played on Indian soil. And
Big
he's
shout
got a
out to
147.
CCI.
He's got a maximum in both events. That is just phenomenal. So
And we have this is Sanju Kothari in the BaulkLine arena.
Oh yeah,
He's the head of the snooker section at CCI. So shout out to him and everybody else, Mr. Bihari Bajaj, Nikhil Uttam, Zulfi.
everybody trying to do good for Indian snooker.
Oh yes.
A big
I
shout
think-
out to all of them
And I think CCI, NSCI and Kharjum Khana are the 3 clubs
in Bombay. Yeah,
in
in
Bombay at least, which are doing their best in terms of promoting snooker, hosting tournaments. So it's fantastic to have these 3 clubs not coming together but supporting it in their own way.
Oh, that's a beautiful
That's a beauty
shot.
shot by him. And he's got lucky.
And he's got lucky and he's got the black.
lucky. He's got lucky.
and that one bit of luck might change the course of this frame.
That shot also, it looks very easy, but it's actually not that easy to play it.
Not that easy.
Especially with that kind of touch when you want to screw back at that pace.
He was expecting a little more screw back. Ishpreet?
Yeah, he wanted to come a little more so that he can get on the next color easier.
Correct.
He has to cut it a little more thinner than he would want to, but he's
Not enough pace on that ball.
not enough pace.
I think you're going to see him give a snooker.
I don't think so.
I think with that red very close to the bottom right pocket, he's got a center pot into the center yellow pot. Just needs to position his white in a way that he avoids a snooker on that red by the blue or the pink.
This guy just doesn't back down. Any other person would have probably snooked.
Behind the yellow.
Yeah. 100%. He's an inspiration, Ishpreet in his own right. And he's young, he's 29 and he's raring to go.
29, a very young number when it comes to snooker. Well, to be honest, I think so is 50. We just saw Mark Williams reach the final
Oh yes.
of the Halo World Championship at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. So, you can be done and dusted with the sport and you can think that's for good. And years down the line, you decide to make a comeback, it's never too late. And somebody like Mark Williams, a true inspiration.
Ronnie also for that matter, coming in, playing the semi-finals.
That's the third center pot he's missed in this frame.
Very unlike him. Very unlike him to miss the centers.
Pankaj has had a look at
What
the
are
angle.
what are your predictions for this match?
I think that is a clickbait question and I'm not going to answer that. I think I'm here to enjoy the match, I'm here to learn a lot
It's okay.
from these two players.
It's okay. You can still give a prediction.
I did yesterday, I remember giving the prediction for Ishpreet and Aditya Mehta's scoreline.
What was that?
It was exactly what ended up happening. And at a time when it seemed that Aditya might run away with the match completely,
Even though Ishpreet was
certain
one frame
people
up.
at Kharjamkhana were extremely angry with me for making that. I think 8-6
he's-
prediction.
Listen,
He's
he's
their-
played a
he's their homeboy.
he's played a
Of
brilliant
course he is.
he's played a brilliant shot here. He's played a really good
I
shot here.
believe we have 208 followers.
Watchers.
Viewers live on
Viewers
YouTube.
following us. 208 is it? Yeah. So we have 208 viewers. Thank you all for tuning in.
236.
236 is it? Okay, fantastic. 236 viewers for this match. I'm sure this number will grow as it keeps proceeding. Probably post lunch. It's too early on a Sunday.
Absolutely. I doubt half the prospective audience has even woken up yet.
If this was not a best of 19, we would have started in the evening, but
I was itching to come here. I woke up, got home late, but I woke up and I came for the match because you just have to watch this kind of snooker between, once again, the two best snooker players in India. You won't get the standard. You will have to go to China or go to the UK to
what a
watch
shot he's played.
this kind of snooker.
What a shot he's played.
It's such a troublesome position.
That
and
was
he's
a very, very good shot.
somehow managed a way out of it as Pankaj Advani.
I don't know how he does it. He sees safety from anywhere.
Oh, that's a professional billiard player you're talking about.
28 world
28-time world champion.
Snooker and billiards, but I'm saying
Yeah.
mainly billiards. That's
Yeah.
where all his ideas coming from. Is the billiards, the pro level billiards that he plays. He's the best in the world there. Last year he hit an 800 break in billiards, which is phenomenal.
I'll take 3 days to do that.
And that
Compile
won't be a
800
break.
and that won't be a
But
break.
There won't be a break. Exactly. I was going to say that.
I'll take 3 days to make 800 points.
Tobo, I don't think you'll take 3 days.
Oh.
What is the situation like there with that red?
Is it throwing?
I don't think it'll take 3 days. It'll take more.
Oh, sure.
Because I don't think you have the patience.
I have no patience for
Exactly.
billiards. No patience
Exactly.
for billiards. No disrespect to anyone, but billiards is not my cup of tea.
That's a personal choice.
I like playing it sometimes though. When my snooker game is not working at all, just switch off.
Which is very often.
No, not really. Not really.
Speaking of switching between billiards and snooker, once
Pankaj
again,
Advani is the best at it.
look at Pankaj, he just won the CCI Classic and 6 days removed, 7 days removed, and he's, I think 2 days after he had won the billiards event, he started playing his matches there. In fact, last year at Cards Gymkhana, playing billiards, multiple billiards and snooker matches on a daily basis throughout the week. On the day of the final, playing billiards in the morning, winning the title against Sri Krishna.
I think he's played a good shot again, Pankaj.
And then later in the evening, winning the title against Kamal Chawla, which is absolutely phenomenal when you look at it. Like,
It's berserk, it's not phenomenal. It's berserk.
it's not human, really.
It's not human at all.
Is he going to get lucky?
This is what I'm saying. Like this, Pankaj plays chess with his opponent sometimes. He jammed him. Ishpreet had to try going masse and trying to pot that ball, but he keeps jamming people. Ishpreet's 147. Let's talk about that.
That is phenomenal.
That was
It is phenomenal. First 147 for BaulkLine.
yeah, and he missed one last year
He missed
He
one
missed
last
one
year.
last
He
year.
was on another 147 in the same match.
in the same match. Yeah,
In the same match. He missed on 64 or 65.
so it was like a
He missed
teaser of a
black.
movie. It was like a teaser. I'll give you a little slight teaser, and then okay, in the fifth frame I'll just hit it again.
So, but it's fantastic to have a 147 in BaulkLine. First for us. And
And a lot of players have come close. Lakshman had come close.
yes, he
Last red.
had
He
the
also last red. Ishpreet last year, last red.
Not last red, 2 reds to go.
No, the last red.
Ishpreet didn't miss the last red.
No, he
went
out of position. Yeah, but he
the
came
second
14
last
reds,
red.
14 blacks.
He had 2 reds on the cushion.
Okay, okay.
And then he wasn't able to clip it out.
And like Dobu rightly said, Pankaj earns his chances. He's played some fantastic safety in this frame. Ishpreet, on his part, did have some chances, missed, I think, 3 centre pots, which is a bit too much at this level. And he's left Pankaj with a chance to convert here. Those 2 reds close. Oh, as I said that.
Ooh, that was shocking.
Could have taken slightly more time on that.
That was an unforced error by Pankaj. The first unforced error in this match by Pankaj. In this frame. Does the red go? I don't think it goes.
Doesn't seem like. With the amount of time he's taking on that.
Yeah, he would have already bent down and potted the ball by now.
We're a part of the black by now.
Yeah.
He's quick. The thing is, even if he wants to play safe, the black is so close to the pocket that the lone red
Close to the side cushion. Is
that it's
very
only-
likely to go in with that
Exactly.
advantage.
So his safety has to be top notch. It has to come behind one of the box colors.
And another one of the issues there is that pink, which is hindering that 2 cushion path to go behind the brown or the yellow.
Let's just see him play the shot once.
Once again, that
shot off the two side cushions of the bunch, playing it thin, is very risky right now because of the pink, because of the sheer number of colors there that are at the risk of being cannoned. So he's going a different path, striking low on the white, and he's just chosen to send the red up the table and left the white tight against the black cushion. And these are tests that will come in handy for Ishpreet Singh on the Pro Tour, playing with a man with this level of safety who in real time will be forcing Ishpreet to get his mind going regarding the creative safeties that he can play. It's all just toughening him up. You look at a nod on Pankaj's part, acknowledging Ishpreet's deftness and maturity in playing that previous shot. And when you're forcing Pankaj Advani to have a think when it comes to safety, you've done well. Pankaj once again will be going, traveling to Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand, at the BSAT Academy, the Asia Oceania Q School, and he'll be playing Q School, I think for the first time ever. He's never fallen off the professional tour. He chose to give his card up, and he's qualified a couple of times since, and once again he chose not to accept that invitation. Needs the punch to cover up that red, and he has got that. But perhaps he has left a plant worth consideration on Pankaj's part. He's having a look at that. So Pankaj definitely, I would say, by this time has firmly established himself as the greatest billiards player of this generation, and that makes certain people overlook just how good he is at snooker. Just gonna leave this into the bunch, I think. That's too slow. I think that will be a foul and a miss. Doesn't really make much sense for Ishpreet to replace that. Both players have had their chances in this frame, have missed their fair share of chances as well. But this is just the nascent stages of this match. And this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And when you have to fight this hard to win a frame, and both players are making their fair share of mistakes, I think that makes this frame all the more important in the grand scheme of things. Because later on in the match, at any given situation, you look at these sort of frames and you tell yourself, yeah, well, I fought back from this situation, so why not again? So whether you're leading or whether you're trailing later on in the match, these are the kind of frames that you think about, whether that is as having won them or as lost opportunities, either way. That's well played. He has left an angle for a safety, not an all-ball snooker at all. But once again, seeing the proximity of that red to the bottom left pocket. Now displaced, but replaced by another red. Which looks to be easier, but looking at the white, tight against the cushion, and the near certain chance of cannoning the black. Not the easiest way to position yourself for the next color. Pankaj doing his best to keep the white as close to the back cushion as possible. One of the fundamentals of safety in snooker. Extremely well done by Ishpreet once again. So at least in this frame, Ishpreet has been matching Pankaj when it comes to safety. For even ardent fans of snooker, or even beginner players, let alone very, very good players, this obviously is very obvious. But for somebody new joining the stream, the reason why you want to keep the white very, very close to the back cushion is not just to increase the distance between the object balls and the white, but also to change the way and the nature of the cueing, which becomes slightly awkward in nature.
Lead of 3 points. Is he trying to make up his mind whether he should go for this spot?
Yeah, his cueing suggests he is.
Oh, he's hit that so well. He's hit that so well. Does he have the brown? Because I think if he has the brown, he gets an angle to probably attack the pack.
He's looking at the blue. Grimace on his face suggests that he's covered the brown with the pink, and neither of them look to be on, at least not comfortably enough.
Seems so. Not very happy, Ishpreet there.
And with that kind of pot, you expect luck to favor you just a little bit, because that was not an easy pot at all.
I believe he's got the blue to go for. He's missed 3 reds earlier
In the center
center. I hope he's has short memory. So
A short memory really serves every single snooker player well, because the more you think and the more you remember, most of it tends to be negative.
oh, he's missed it again. He's not sighting the centers that well. And he has sold the red, seems like. But the blue is in the way. It's not going to be very easy. I think Ishpreet is struggling with the cueing. He's finding it a little sticky.
I think one more factor that might be playing, this is just a theory, is that the majority of the matches that he has played has seen a very bright snooker room with all 4 tables on. And when you are looking at the center pockets, your view is in line with those tables, right, which are now shut. So that change in lighting, where you often use the lights or the reflection of the lights on the balls to somehow figure out certain angles, especially when you're playing in the center pocket.
That's right.
And that change that has come today, following the past week, might slightly alter your judgment of the angles as well. This is just a theory, it's out there.
It's a possibility, and I think they'll eventually overcome that. Oh, that's bad luck. Bad luck there.
The role of the balls not favoring either player when it comes to attacking play. Having to halt that and counter that with safety, counter luck with safety again and again throughout the first three frames of this match. The white once again very very tight, and the black and the blue there. The presence of those two balls makes coming down the table, or sorry, up the table, slightly tougher.
I wonder if you would consider trying to go behind those two.
I think that's what Ishpreet will go for. He's gone there. He's gone another route. He's avoided that completely,
He's done well there.
and he's done well there.
The red is potable, but at the same time, I think he's going to try and it will cannon something on the way back. So let's see if he plays this with side or. He's just taking the safe route, wants to play it safe. He's happy to exchange some safety shots. I wonder if he'll try to encash that. There is an option there for him to snooker Pankaj behind the green. But it comes only when he hits those three balls which are just by the pink. He can come one cushion and behind the green. But with this, I think he has to screw it for the brown. He wants to get it in between those two.
It's a battle of wits between both men right now. I doubt though we can even anticipate the kinds of safeties that are going through their mind. But they're fighting it out. This has been a long frame.
Both these players don't want to give an inch to any of to each other. Ishpreet, he has the pot. It's in his range. And we may just see him play that aggressive potting again.
The frame has crossed the 30-minute mark with 6 reds still on the table.
It's been the battle of the safeties.
And I think a lunch break would sound really, really great to both of them after this one, because it's a draining frame.
That's true. What time is it?
It's 1:35.
1:35. So, in case if this gets over in the next 10 minutes, I think we will be playing one more frame. The ideal timing we've kept for a lunch break is 2 p.m. So,
And I think both players not just stocking up in terms of fuel, in terms of food, but also getting that bit break to re-energize themselves, make them hungry for the game, not hungry for food, but hungry for the game, is going to produce a better standard of snooker than what we would see otherwise. So it's a better course of action. Both of them get their rest, get their food, and come back itching, raring to go on the table.
Ishpreet evaluating his options.
He's going to look at that red close to the cushion on the right side of your screen, as well as that bunch of 3 reds. And his target to get the white would be, I think, the yellow once again.
It seems like he's going for a double. No, it's not. My bad.
I think just aiming low on the white to get that bit of side that he needed. Unfortunately got a full ball kiss on the yellow. So he's in a good position. Once again, when you're playing safety against Pankaj, you need to be absolutely 100%.
Pankaj, if he goes for that pot which he's eyeing, he is going to naturally cannon into that red on the cushion. He may have to screw it a little, but it's dicey. And there we see him change his options. He's going to now go for a 2 cushion, maybe 3 cushion safety shot.
That will be too cushioned to avoid opening the pack a bit too much. But I think
Has Pankaj got lucky? Is that red in the way?
I do not think so. And with the positioning of the colors, I think Ishpreet has a chance to capitalize here.
That's a good shot by him.
Very well controlled.
Very well controlled. Back in the center. He needs this. He needs this one pink to go in to give him that confidence back in terms of potting the centers. Yeah, and it's in. He's played that well.
And
I
not
don't-
an easy shot positionally. Again, awkward cueing,
That's
bridge
right.
on the cushion.
That is right.
And he has now an opportunity to maybe develop the black or the blue. I doubt he goes for it right now. Maybe he gets a couple of pots in.
Well, if the pink is free, then I doubt he should go for the blue and the black at all. He can just make or develop the the break on the pink itself. But he went and he checked the green angle as well. So it seems that his next choice is going to be a green, and then he's going to come back. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to take the green ball. He's got 2 options there.
Yeah, those 2 reds in the bottom left pocket.
He's played that well. Is it straight enough? Because he needs one of these big colors. Maybe he's got enough of the angle to cannon that red and free up the pink. It's a possibility. He's following it, which means that the cannon is not there. He's tried to nudge one of these. Oh, that's a nice shot, but didn't get that lucky.
Yeah, I'd expect him to get a pink.
Excuse me.
Come back for the red. In the same pocket while also having the other red in the opposite pocket. But he's asking for the white to be cleaned, which has become somewhat of a routine in this match for both players. So unfortunately, it seems as though there have been plenty of kicks early in the match, and that might have something to do with the heat of the afternoon, and that should sort itself out as we progress later into the day.
Unlucky there. Pankaj was trying to cannon, get that red out and stay on the pink, but not to be. He's going to now try and play one of the BaulkLine colors, and I think green seems to be the most obvious choice.
Bit of a reaction by Pankaj after the last shot. Very uncharacteristic. He's somebody who is very calm on the table most of the time. But once again, this frame has taken a toll.
on both players early in the match. And normally, if a frame tends to go this way, you would expect Pankaj to have that advantage over Ishpreet. And Ishpreet to be the one who loses the goal first, but we just had a look at his step, or maybe it's just too sticky there because he's made use of a sandpaper to smooth some stuff up. So very good safety on Pankaj's part. Neither of the two reds completely visible. Perhaps Ishpreet is snookered completely on both of them.
Seems he can hit that red. But it's a little dicey because it's too close to the cushion. He's done well there. That's a good shot by him.
Ishpreet Singh, of course, has retained his tour card for the next 1 year on the World Snooker Tour. He is in the top 64 of the world rankings.
And that's a great shot by Ishpreet there. Seems he's snooked him. He may be able to see a little bit.
Yeah, you can see a bit of that red.
Yeah. The important thing is he able to hold the cue ball behind the black for a snooker?
Right side of it from our perspective, left side from the viewer's perspective probably, but this is a chance for Ishpreet to put Pankaj in some trouble. Needs a lucky kiss on the brown.
Oh, I can see him.
In a certain sense, he hasn't got it, but in a certain sense, this shot can allow him to take a lot of advantage.
As I was saying, I can see him giving him that snooker, but I thought he could have given him the snooker, a tighter one. Yellow, hitting the yellow first and then giving it behind the brown, because the black ball and the brown ball, the blue ball, were in the way.
So Ishpreet is currently ranked 63rd in the world, which is of course his highest ranking because he just reached number 63 after his performance in the World Championship. Pankaj Advani, his highest ranking on the tour was number 56 at the end of the 2012-13 season. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Ishpreet is just gonna not even think about it and ask the balls to be replaced. So Ishpreet is getting to that 56 ranking very, very soon. We'd all trying to catch Pankaj there as well, but Pankaj himself looking to qualify through Q School and get back on the tour this year onwards.
a shot he's played there. And the bit of luck he has gotten in terms of the red staying safe is very well deserved. So that was a tremendous escape on Pankaj's part.
One of the options that Ishpreet has is to hit the cushion first. The other one, of course, is trying to play it thinner onto the pink and free that. But he chose to try and snook him again behind the blue. Wasn't successful.
I'm not sure that was the intention, to be honest. I think he was indeed going for that red onto the pink.
Both the players have taken a short break.
And this game has now crossed the 45-minute mark.
That's right. So we're just going to take a short break right now, and we shall come back to you as soon as this. It's just a very short break. Welcome back to frame 4. Frame 3, we saw a lot of safety exchanges between the two players, and frame 4, I think the tone of snooker is not going to change. We are going to be seeing continuous safety shots exchanged between the two players. Pankaj playing that positive shot, and unfortunate there. That's a great shot by Ishpreet. Does he have the angle? No, he's got the negative angle actually. Oh, he's trying to get into the bunch. Unfortunate. It was a great shot by him. Unfortunate. He just played that ball into the pack, and now we're going to see Pankaj. He hit that 3-cushion shot. That's a good shot by him there.
Not an easy safety, considering the presence of the yellow as well.
Correct. It's not going to be easy. It's in the way. Now, one option for him is to probably just drag that cue ball into the bunch. A nice soft drag. Leave it there.
Once again, I think looking at a one cushion angle.
Does it have enough? Does it have the speed? Oh, he's done well there. That's a great touch by him, ensuring that his cue ball is not getting away from the pack. And it's going to be difficult for Pankaj to even make a bridge. Chances of sneaking something on the way, but not to be. And knowing Ishpreet, he's going to line up for that pot. He's got the yellow, he's got the black. He needs to get lucky, of course. He needs to drop the red in first.
The black, so is like covered by the yellow. I think he has to.
Ishpreet is denying a couple of shots, a couple of pots, which I think is good tactical play by him. He doesn't need to be aggressive all the time and go for all his shots all the time. He needs to also send a message to his opponent that he's here for the long haul, he's here for the long game, and he's going to match his safety anytime and every time.
The white tight against the cushion, as has been the norm when Pankaj plays a safety.
True that.
So he does have a thin angle, the right side of the bunch on your screen. But once again, the presence of that yellow really complicates things.
True.
He's once again looking to go one cushion into the pack. Bit too hard, and has he sold that red now?
A bit too hard. Maybe there is There is a red for the taking. Maybe the yellow is in the way as well. Seems so. Seems so.
तिकडे दरवाजा पण तो वाले पंकज सरांना घालून
Valuable red pot there to the right center pocket.
He's got the angle to get into the bunch. Nah, not the best of shots. He's going to be forced to play some safety now. And I already see his angle. Oh, he's just nudging the ball there. And that gives Ishpreet the chance to play 2 cushion, maybe 3, maybe the baulk as well, the baulk cushion as well. 1, 2 and 3 behind the brown.
The choice of shot is clear. He will play more of an aggressive safety, not very, very thin. Having a look just to see whether any of the reds might end up going very near the pocket.
Or pushing some other reds to the pocket.
Or pushing some other reds to the pocket. You see those 2 reds near the yellow as well.
Oh, that's a great shot by Pankaj there. There seems to be a very obvious route back to the BaulkLine.
I think he has left that red on that pot though, and he does have an angle to come around from among the balls, back up the baulk. Yeah, I don't think it was on then. He's just chosen to play safe. Unlucky cannon on the brown full ball.
This final is very, very contrast to the final of 3.0. We had these boys blistering left, right, center, putting in those 1 visit frames. And this final, both are trying to be very cautious, both know what kind of damage each one of them can do to each other. Both playing safe, both being conscious, both taking their time.
I would expect that attacking instinct to kick in for both, especially Ishpreet in the following session. I think the reason they are not playing as attacking right now is once you start playing attacking and you start seeing those long pots and converting those breaks, what happens is you start knocking in several frames on the trot because you are just flowing absolutely, but they know that that flow is going to be broken by the upcoming lunch break. So for them, I think this is the time for Ishpreet to go into it leading by 2 frames, leading 3-1. For Pankaj, it is an attempt now to level the proceedings, because both of those things, while early in the match, will have different effects on the mindset of both players during the break and then coming into the next session. So once again, you go attacking right now, but what all you get is one frame. Whereas after lunch, once you start flowing, you might just start getting multiple frames, single visit breaks in multiple frames on the trot.
That's a possibility. Well, my take on this would be slightly different. For someone like for Ishpreet, who is already leading 2-1, I would, when possible, would play the attacking snooker, because he's not going to be trailing in the next session. He will be 2-all in the next session, and this could be his his ticket to lead by 2 frames.
Absolutely.
So no damage done as such. And of course for Pankaj, he is going to play this in a very conservative way. He wants to make it 2-all before he gets into the break, which is right in all ways.
Knowing how the CCI Snooker Classic final went down a couple of months ago, I cannot speak to anybody's state of mind, of course, but I mean, maybe that also plays a part in Ishpreet being slightly more conservative with the short choices right now, because he knows that even leading by 2 frames or 3 frames, I think in CCI he was leading by
4 frames.
4 frames, 6-2,
6-2.
2 frames away, and had multiple chances to go get that 7th frame for him as well, but he couldn't. And once again, you cannot ever speak to anybody else's mindset going into a match, especially somebody as mentally strong as Ishpreet. But we are all human, and it always might play a part in how you approach the game, because nobody wants a repeat of being in a very good position, advantageous position, and then once again squandering the match. Not squandering the match, I would say. Pankaj played extremely well there as well, but no matter how, ending up losing the match.
I'm surprised Pankaj didn't go for that pot. It was an elementary pot for him.
And one more reason they might not be taking chances is throughout the previous 2 frames, what we have seen is, especially the last frame, what we've seen is them going for their pots, going for their shots at certain occasions. And what ends up happening is, for some reason or the other, whether it's an unlucky cannon, just pure luck, a bit of a kick, whatever it is, they end up going out of position, and that's the end of the break. So both of them are struggling right now when it comes to scoring points by virtue of potting balls, and they're just trying to bait the other into something, an unnecessary risk, a reckless act, and then capitalize on that.
But I think right now all the viewers and us, we're all looking for that attacking snooker to come into play. That's what we've all lined up here for.
Absolutely. The number of live concurrent viewers is now up to over 260, and we only expect that to go further up. As I understand, we will be taking a lunch break after this frame and be back at around 3:30 for the next session. So set an alarm on your phone, and we hope to see every single viewer who is here right now back in time for the second session. And for anybody who is in Bombay and has got a, as I see that, back to the action though.
You've got the swan out for the first time.
The black needs to be made in the same pocket, so you're gonna have to stun that a little bit. giving side is of course very, very risky. I doubt he'll do that. Even though but theoretically maybe it did need side, but when you're queuing like that, you risk completely messing up the shot.
You tend to give side. You're trying to dig into the ball.
Absolutely. As I was saying, if you are in Bombay and if you've got a free Sunday, do come down to the National Sports Club of India. Visit the BaulkLine Arena for what we expect will be one of the best matches of snooker on Indian soil all year. Ishpreet probably will look to get the white somewhere back around the area it was.
That's a good one.
Pankaj having a walk around the table, once again taking his time, forced to analyze the situation after a tremendous safety shot by Ishpreet Singh.
Ishpreet wasting no time, attacking the black straight away. He wants to send the black. He wants to send the black back on the spot. That's the business end of snooker.
Black spot a little bit messy with the presence of those two reds around, but the exact location.
Oh my God, what a mess.
And once again, a centre pot, I think, is playing. Those centre misses are playing in his mind now, unfortunately.
It seemed as if Ishpreet is going to run away with his frame. But he's missed and he's got lucky there.
Just missed the blue, which if he didn't, could have ended up being disastrous for Pankaj, but just enough side on that to get it back up to Baulk, avoiding a kiss on the blue. won't get a chance any more rudimentary than this.
So, but Pankaj has got a little work to do. The black is not in play. He's got to work with the pink and the blue.
Pankaj is now leading by 31, and that will be extended to 37 after that pot. 6 reds on the table, that's 75 points. So if he can get 2 pinks and a blue or 3 pinks, should be enough to seal the frame for him. That puts him 51 ahead. So this red for the frame. So that missed black in the center has ended up costing Ishpreet dearly. I think he'll come back on the table, attempt to give snookers, and he has.
I think the idea here would be to free up his hand, get going with the potting, and if at all, able to give some snookers and come back in the game.
Where's the red going? It's going in, straight into the pocket. And that will be the end of the session. We will see you back in around an hour's time.
90 minutes.
In 90 minutes, so 4 o'clock seems to be the time when the next session is going to start. We'll see you back then.
बाहर जाता हूँ.
Ladies and gentlemen of the snooker fraternity, welcome back to the second session of the final of BaulkLine 4.0. There's the fist bump. Ishpreet Singh to kick this session off. We are tied at 2-all. That safety on the previous shot by Pankaj has allowed him the first real opening of the session. Never an easy pot, and he had to be very precise with the positioning of the white as well. So now Ishpreet left with the very same chance. A much easier first red, of course. Dangling right at the pocket. And I would think that the red right next to the black is on in the right bottom pocket. Of course, we can't tell from here, but that looks to be the case. Either way, I think that is the area that he will eventually look to free up slightly more. Of course, getting this red in kind of does free up the pink more as well. High on the pink, so he's got a bit of an angle. Not the best white, needed the white to come back slightly more, but I think that red is on in the bottom right pocket. Shouldn't be an issue. Considering this is the first frame of the session, the first 4 frames haven't exactly been firecrackers in terms of long potting and breaks. Won't be easy. To convert on this visit. Challenging task, but then again, the world number 63. Certainly not afraid of any challenges. And speaking of challenges, he looks to be taking this red on in the green pocket, the pocket on the top right of your screen. We'll look to go for the pink or the blue on the next shot, but the priority will be getting the spot in the first place. Caught the outer jaw. Now he hasn't left Pankaj on with anything easy, so Pankaj will be going for a safety. Trying to get the red out of Baulk, white as close to the cushion as possible. He's having a look, so there are some considerations that need to be made on the shot for sure, or he wouldn't have taken this much time. But as to what they are, Pankaj has the best sight of the table, and when it comes to safety, perhaps has the best mind for snooker in India. Ishpreet once again looking at that plant, the distance between the reds, very, very significant. But this man is known to spot plants and convert them, and he's going for this full throttle. Once again, based on the shots that both men have chosen to play, the red and the black, even if one of them is on, are on from very particular angles. think now dead on the side cushion as well. So I think Pankaj comes back for the blue here. I don't think he has any other choice really. And just that extra bit of effort and just the confident queuing that such a shot demands often ends up being the very reason that a player ends up missing the pot in the first place. So and the Reds may be out in the open, but this is anything but rudimentary in terms of scoring a significant break for any man. Extremely strong with the wrist is Ishpreet Singh. And that's just a bit of an illustration of his strength. That's excellently played. Struck it very, very softly, very elegantly. And the Reds have split open in an ideal way for Ishpreet, who once again will need to utilize the blue. To do some damage here. He's on the wrong side, he's fallen short, although he does have a red near the green pocket. And that has been a consistent theme for both players, falling short, ending up on the wrong side of the blue, or perhaps even having to attempt it in the top pocket. It went under the red, somehow it's come out. And he's having a look at the red in the center pocket, the one closest to the white, of course. And I doubt anything else is on. Missed that by a wee little margin. Close don't count in this business. Very well controlled shot for the red in the center. Not the best angle he's got. but it was not easy to control the white with that kind of precision at that kind of angle. Look to come back for the blue or one of the Baulk colors. Bit of right side, I think, was applied on that shot, which is something very elementary for a player like Pankaj, especially with his billiards prowess. But he's again left, I think, dead straight on the blue. And he's looking at red in both top pockets. If he chooses to run less, make it in the bottom right pocket, he's got a rest shot to himself. If he wants the hand shot, yeah, he's gone with taking the rest shot on. There are two stories on that shot. The first is a mid spot, but the second again is he ended up on the wrong side of the blue. Now, whether the tables are slightly heavy or slow, we don't know that. But if it has been a theme and it has plagued the game of two absolutely phenomenal players in Ishpreet and Pankaj, then that is something that they'll have to work around over the course of the next however many frames. $39 the difference with 4 reds on the table. That's 59 points on the table. Extremely well played. With that, he extends his lead to 44 in this frame. So a couple of colors is really all he needs. There you go, once again. The white seems to be very, very straight, perhaps on the wrong side of the blue. And this is one department where Ishpreet, I think, is far ahead of perhaps anybody in Indian snooker, which is playing with the wrist, his use of ancillary equipment. He's very, very strong with these kind of shots. Just rolls it in, because that's all he needed to do. He's now up by 51 with 43 on the table, and I'm assuming he just sticks the white behind the green.
A crowd starting to gather up for this evening session of the final of BaulkLine 4.0 between Pankaj Advani, the 28-time world champion and a former world number 56 on the World Snooker Tour, and current professional India's star snooker player Ishpreet Singh, currently ranked 63 in the world, 63rd in the world, having just retained his tour card after his performance in the qualifiers of the Halo World Championship in Sheffield. I assume that will be the end of the frame. No, it's not. There seems to be some kind of dirt or particle on the table. Yes, that will be the end of the frame, as Pankaj just signaled. The scoreline now reads 3-2 in favor of Ishpreet Singh Chadha. This is a rematch of last year's final where Pankaj Advani defeated Ishpreet, and I think I'm not quite sure what the scoreline was. Maybe it was 10-8 or 10-9, but Ishpreet was in a position to seal the deal, and the ever resilient Mr. Pankaj Advani, 28-time world champion, has got perhaps one of the toughest mindsets of anybody in any sport across the world. It's a very tight break off on the part of Pankaj. Once again, Ishpreet left with no choice but to try and stick the white into the bunch off the cushion, and he's failed to do so on that shot. I think Pankaj will have no hesitation in asking the referee to replace the white. Ishpreet needs to play the same shot, same angle, just a tad quicker. Ishpreet Singh reached the semi-finals of the English Open last year, 2024, with a win over Mark Selby in the quarterfinals. He also had wins over Higo Kiang, Jack Jones, Hossein Wafai, and former world champion Graham Dott. In that event, that's probably the best run that any Indian player has ever had in a professional snooker tournament. Then saw just Pankaj once Ishpreet broke that previous snooker off the break off.
left him in a very similar position. Ishpreet forced to play the very same shot. And the white ended up sticking to the red, touching the red. All Pankaj has done this time is release it back up Baulk. With wins over Higo Kiang, Jack Jones, Hussein Wafai and Graham Dott, he went on to beat four-time world champion Mark Selby in the quarterfinals of the English Open in Brentwood. Unfortunately, would lose to Wu Yize in the semis. What an insane run for Ishpreet, and a major reason why he has been able to retain his tour card. Extremely well deserved. Got that red 10, needs the white to slow down, unless it's come right behind the green, in which case fantastic shot by Ishpreet. That will be a foul and a miss. And depending on the angle he has on the red, Ishpreet will make a decision as to whether, yeah, he's going for the pot, no doubt about it. So he has an angle to follow, or perhaps pull back for the blue. Seems to be, wow, that's just gone horribly wrong there. Needs a strong recovery shots. And he's decided against it and just gone safe. Great line and length on the white. Pankaj once again having a look at the spread of the reds, because this is no easy escape. BaulkLine 4.0, of course, is being held at the National Sports Club of India in Mumbai. It is powered by Zemo, who've got some fascinating updates and upgrades that will be coming very, very soon to their service. Red is blocked by the yellow and the blue. So, always risky when a red comes up the table if you're keeping your white in balk. Ishpreet chose to take that risk, and I think it seems to have paid off right now. For the moment, of course. Pankaj, you never know how he might escape from any kind of precarious position on a snooker table. BaulkLine 4.0 is being held under the aegis of the Billiards and Snooker Association of Maharashtra, that is the BSAM, and the BSFI, the Billiards and Snooker Federation of India. Just contain with that shot. And Ishpreet might consider going for a pot here. He's got that red in the bottom right pocket, but he's also got those two reds that he's just had a look at near the pink. He's got a couple of options, none of them very easy. And I think he will be taking that red on in the center pocket. This one he has got. And the crowd did appreciate that because that was a bold shot to take on. Now, I think once he starts flowing and knocks in a few colors, he'll be right in his element and go for those big breaks, those frame winning breaks, those centuries that the crowd not just knows him for but loves him for. Ishpreet Singh, when once among the balls and once flowing, is an extremely dangerous player. I won't even have any second thoughts once he's flowing about him making a frame winning break at the very least from this kind of situation. But the past few frames have been scrappy and it does take time for a player to get going, especially in a high pressure situation, especially against somebody like Pankaj, against whom Ishpreet has unfortunately suffered a couple of tough losses last year in this very tournament, as well as a couple of months ago at the CCI Snooker Classic. But he is a man of great determination and an unwavering mindset, and those things won't be on his mind right now. All that's on his mind is the next shot and the shot after that. Once again seems to be having a look at perhaps some kind of plant in the bunch, or at least getting a measure of how the reds might open up. Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. He's got himself an angle on the pink to play a follow shot, go into the punch. At least I think that's what he's doing. And I wouldn't be disappointed with that result because he has got a red. He's opened up a couple more, and the pink spot seems to be quite free as well. Frown on his face, he's not particularly happy with that shot. And he's looking at the green to see if it is on it. If it's just, yeah, things. Things not going phenomenally well for Ishpreet right now, despite having the lead in the match and in this frame. He's played that off two cushions, trying to get the white closer to the cushion. And he's got a good white. Because the majority of the reds are now covered up by the brown, Pankaj will need to catch this red closest to the cushion very, very thin and come back up the table. And he has left Ishpreet with a chance. Not an easy chance by any means. But I think he will go for it. Try to come back for either the yellow or the brown. Just the exchange of those two shots. Just the exchange of those two shots have once again put Ishpreet in a bit of a pickle. And I think he's okay. So the proximity of the white to the red closest to it just renders any kind of intention of going for that pot completely off the rails. And is that red on from in between the pink and the two pairs of reds near the pink spot, or is he going? Yes, he is going for the other one. Once again, having a look at maybe the blue, whether it was going past the yellow, not quite sure. Has got an angle on the brown to come back down the table for the reds. I think the brown is what he's going for. Yes, he is. if he gets a cannon on this pair of reds closest to the one he's attempting, he'll come in very nicely for the black, and that's exactly what he's done. Once again, having a walk around the table, taking his time with the shots, because he is very, very meticulous with compiling breaks. And you have to be when you have got that kind of a mental ability to construct breaks that very few people have. You want to make it very, very easy for yourself in execution to reduce the chances of an untoward miss or an untoward mess up of any kind. He's got enough angle, just enough angle on the black. On a break of 30, he's now down by 6 points in this frame. This blue, it's not easy by any means. Neither is the brown. He might even consider a safety, I'm not quite sure. But if he is going for a pot, it's quite tough. Yeah, he's decided against it. He's covered up in this frame, and he does not want to take any unnecessary risk. He's got a really good white snookered behind the yellow and the brown. None of the three reds visible. Ishpreet looking for a two cushion escape. Trying to catch that red thin, the one that is further up the table, and get it back around Baulk. Because if he just plays a slow shot and just tries to slowly touch either that one sole red, which he won't do, or that pair of reds, leaves. He's at risk of leaving Pankaj with something on. And this is a shot I've seen him play. Attempt it and successfully get it many, many times. And I would expect him to get it this time. Got it too thick, unfortunately. Which is always a risk when you're playing with so much side and digging down deep on the cue ball as well. Yeah, he won't mind that kiss on the blue at all, would he? If he's straight enough on the yellow, he's good to go here. But if he's got too much of an angle, and really the slightest of angle in this situation is too much of an angle, then that makes it tough for him to get back. For the two reds, might choose to take the blue, come back for the reds off. Oh, he's just chosen to play it safe and just give a snooker to Ishpreet. So the yellow obviously had too much of an angle for Pankaj to do anything there. And he decided against taking any unnecessary risks whatsoever. I think he puts that back, does he? Yes, he does. And this time he's ended up catching the pink. Once again, the balls will be replaced. No question about it. Pankaj now leads by 9 in this frame in his quest to make this 3 all. A bit of a reaction there. Well, I mean, signaling at a drift of sorts, maybe. But anyways, he's left Ishpreet with an opening to establish a 4 to lead over Pankaj. Yeah, he needs the white to travel. Bit too low on the black. Doubt he'll miss this, but yeah, nice kiss on the red as well. And just thin enough to allow him to develop it in the center pocket. We are almost an hour into this session. And so far, Ishpreet has taken the first frame. Yeah, he needs the white to travel slightly more. It's just about okay. And this yellow and then the green seem to be the key shots. He just left that dangling on the pocket. Again, spotted a tremendous blue in the center pocket. Needed the white to run slightly more, and playing at that angle in the center pocket at that pace is never easy. So he really had to toe the line between getting the pot and getting position. Just a couple of rolls more and he would have been in a really good position on the yellow. Green is visible, just needs to catch it thick enough to avoid the kiss on the black. Once again tried to contain, and he left a double on that I doubt Pankaj will go for. I think Pankaj will just send the white up balk again, leave the green around the pink, and try to get a snooker behind either the brown or the blue depending on how he wants to play the shot. He's gone the other route. He's tried to get the white behind the black, and a roar of applause from the audience because that's just an extremely well controlled shot. That's absolutely perfect behind the black, absolutely perfectly behind the black. Couldn't have played that better. And he had the position of the green. Of course he did, but just for reference, he had the position in mind for the green to keep it very, very near to the cushion, far away from the pockets in case he were not to get the snooker as well. Just the very basics of safety when it gets to the color ball stage. Great escape by Ishpreet. But once again, right now it is Pankaj who is in control of the safety exchange. Has the opportunity once again to play up and down the table, get the white close to the black. Won't get a snooker on this, I don't think. But look at the positioning of the green once again. And while safety play might not be the most exciting thing for the viewing audience, if you are a young player or if you are really any kind of player and looking to understand the concepts of safety, especially in this stage of the game, at this kind of pressure, where you just need to keep the object ball safe somehow while also getting a good white to force errors on the part of your opponent, then this is what you need to be watching. Ishpreet with a fantastic counter. Fantastic. And I'm quite sorry if I said that Pankaj was in command of the safety exchange. I don't think he is anymore. I think Ishpreet has been matching him since the start of this match. He's come well equipped, well prepared. And was he not going for that pot there? I think the brown does seem to be visible, especially if he swerves around the pink. But this tactical exchange really could go either way right now.
Just tried to get it behind the black and very, very close to getting an extremely tight snooker in response to a very precarious situation, self-inflicted in a certain sense, but what an effort by Ishpreet. Again, he's got a couple of options. He can play this up and down. I doubt he'll play this off the cushion first. Has the option to play it thin as well, leave the brown. Yeah, he's gone with the up and down route. The brown has travelled just about enough. And Ishpreet once again has the chance to leave Pankaj in a load of trouble. Off two cushions, needs the white to slide more to get behind the black. Not a bad white at all though. And Ishpreet seems to have seized the advantage in the safety exchange over the course of the past few shots. Stun this off two cushions, I think. Just a bit of disturbance in the line of shot, I think. And Pankaj takes a moment to calm himself before a very important shot that could lead to him making this 3-all. Could have done with the white traveling a bit more. He needs the blue and the pink. Now has that white traveled too far for a hand shot? It seems to have. I think Pankaj will be taking the rest. So that will be it. That will be 3-all. On the close frame, another tense frame. And we will be back very, very shortly as both players take a very quick break.
he just spots plants and then he gets them. It was absolutely crazy shot to attempt for the first red, especially when you've just lost 2 frames. You're down 3-4. Followed by that blue in the top pocket. Once again playing with the wrist, one of his strengths. Needed to avoid that kiss on the red. But I think he's in a good position right now. Is Ishpreet. This is the key shot for Ishpreet now. To cultivate a frame winning break here. Got that cannon on the red absolutely perfectly. Leave himself on the red closest to the black. I doubt he's high on this, and if he's not, he's in a good position. If he is, then he'll need to maneuver the cue ball around once again to the other side of the black. If he wants to stick to the black, he's having a look at it, having a look at the angle, see what his options are. Chose to go for another red, and once again he's okay. He seems to have the blue on. But this break has been and will be anything but easy work for Ishpreet Singh. Yeah, nah, he needs the white to bounce. Probably will look to come back for the pink now. Over very, very slightly. So he's having a look at the blue as well. Because apparently there's no easy cannon off the pink to convert to an X red. So he will be coming in out of block. A ton of screw, a ton of right side on that, and he's absolutely perfect on the red to follow. A break of 50 by Pankaj in the previous frame. Which gave him an extremely useful advantage to be able to seal the frame. And Ishpreet won't just like to replicate it, but go one step further with it, at the very least a frame winning break. If not a century or a clearance, but his focus will be on every subsequent shot. All that's in your control is the present, all that's in your control is the shot you're down on. not what is to follow. And suddenly Ishpreet has started striking the ball very, very well. He's striking it firm, getting his spots, not all of which are easy, and getting him in the center of the pocket. Once again, will come back for the pink or the blue because slightly underran on the previous shot. Actually, no, to be honest, the black is not on in that bottom left pocket, which completely escaped my mind. So, very likely that was actually the intention of Ishpreet there. But nevertheless, marching on a break of 51. And this frame should give him some much needed confidence. Yeah, he does seem to be getting into his rhythm now. He's not taking too much time on the shots. And he's not rushing either. He's playing at a rhythm that's comfortable to him. .66 the break currently. 5 reds still on the table. That is 67 points. So he's got a potential break of 133 here. It'll come down to 132 when he takes this pink. But barring that red right next to the cushion on the left hand side of your screen, no major hindrance for Ishpreet to convert this into a clearance. And Pankaj is just sat in his seat because there's nothing you can do in this sport when the other player is occupying the table and playing like Ishpreet has just started to play. This is what the fans of snooker have come to watch here at the National Sports Club of India. This is what we assume you have tuned in for, is to see this kind of aggressive snooker. Needs the white to slow down, which it hasn't, but it's gotten a very, very fortunate kiss on the red, leaving it on in the center. And he looked to get behind the red, I think, screw it back, leave himself a rest shot probably. He went to open it up and he's not done a bad job of it. Fantastic effort, and he's left himself that red on. Ooh, that applause from the crowd, a break of 90 for Ishpreet. And is that what he needed? To turn this match right on its head. Score is now tied at 4 frames apiece. And after that break in the previous frame, Ishpreet Singh does have the momentum. To once again start going for his spots and converting those into breaks, big breaks, damaging breaks, and entertaining breaks as well. I think he goes for the bunch of reds, or perhaps that loose red at a diagonal angle from the black to the center pocket. That's exactly what he's done. A kiss on the brown that he won't mind, because the white firmly sticking to the cushion. Does he take this on? It's risky, it's very risky. And that's smart, that's very smart. Among the fans in the audience today, gathered here at the BaulkLine Arena, sits a legend of the sport, Mr. Yasin Merchant, who was also the coach of Ishpreet. I think that was quite deliberate to leave the white in a position where it is snookered, or at least the part of the red towards the baulk is snookered by the green and the yellow as well. But he's left Pankaj with a pot on. Remains to be seen whether he goes for it. He did go for it. And he got it as well. Unfavorable kiss on the black again. As I was saying, Mr. Yasin Merchant also in attendance at the BaulkLine Arena. Ishpreet's coach, and he is a former two-time Asian snooker champion, I believe in 1989 and 2001. A pioneering figure in Indian cue sports, and very, very influential when it comes to the more aggressive style of play that we have started to see among Indian cueists today. He is also, of course, a former professional as well as a Asian Games gold medalist. Q Sports set to return to the Asian Games in 2032 after a gap of what will then be 22 years. The last time Q Sports was at the Asian Games was in 2010. I believe the Asian Games that year were held in Guangzhou. Yes, they were. Quick fact check, courtesy of the phenomenal technology that we call AI. Confident Pot needs a good kiss and he hasn't got it again. You can't blame Ishpreet. You can't blame him for this at all. He's been going for these, he's been taking these risks and they have just, for whatever reason, not been paying off. Probably would have tried to get the white closer to the black, behind the black, but I doubt he even had the margin. That was the red, he could barely see the red. So, did the best he could. And Ishpreet, on his part, has played a fantastic for safety once again. And a very good counter by Pankaj. Ishpreet with a tap of a cue on the cushion. Appreciating Pankaj's efforts on that shot. Which once again, sportsmanship is of paramount importance. And that's what a gentleman's sport, a true gentleman's sport is all about. He's having a thing because I'm not even sure which red he chooses to go for. I think he is going into the bunch from this side. He's gone into the cluster of two reds and the black, and that was always a risk, wasn't it? Grimace on his face, disappointed with the outcome of that shot. But sometimes your opponent just forces you into situations where there's very little you can do. It's not easy to roll this in. managed to do it, and he's done that well. Unfortunately, not much of an angle on the black, but he can screw back off the cushion, and he's got those two reds in the center pocket towards the left. Ton of left side on that shot to bring the white back further up the table, get a better angle on those reds in the center pocket. And he looks to be going into the bunch on this shot now. This is his chance. For all the score, neck and neck so far. And I doubt the fans would have it any other way. Looking to come under that red, off the cushion to your right. The white closing in on the brown. If it slows down, what a fantastic shot he's played there.
It's going to be difficult for Pankaj to get out of this.
Yeah, especially since all of the reds have now been opened up. Aggressive safety, and it's paid off, or has it?
Now he's trying to swerve the ball and try and hit that last red there. I think he's done well. He's got the line right. He just needs to put in some more power. It seems that Ishpreet has changed his game plan. He is open to playing safety.
He is, and he's
exchanging
matching
safety.
him. He is
He's
matching
matching him.
Pankaj. He's come well prepared for the match, no question about it.
He has.
And in the last frame, that break of 90 might get him going. Hopefully. So fans can witness a more exciting brand of snooker.
Ishpreet is thinking if he should pot that ball, but he's made up his mind.
I think he goes safe here, to be honest. Especially considering his shot selection throughout this match.
He's going to move that red ball away from
The pocket, yes.
the pocket. Yeah, that's the right thing to do, and he's put him back behind the brown. Any shot from here is a good shot because it's not going to be an easy escape for Pankaj.
Snooker is not just a numbers game. You might not have seen as many breaks, as many big breaks in this match so far. But the standard of play has been excellent. It's just been a different brand of snooker. And if you are a player, watching this is once again a great opportunity to learn a different side to the sport.
Pankaj yet making up his mind. He's nodding his head. Doesn't seem like an obvious choice. He needs to.
He can clip either of the two reds closest to the cushion very thin, but very, very risky. And if he does, I think the one on the left cushion is the better one, but I'm not sure if that's what he's going for. He tried to catch that thin on the other side, and he missed it altogether.
Crucial shot, this one. He's thumped that. He's got brown.
He's got the brown, he's got the blue, depends. He's got the brown and the yellow, I'm sorry. And
Pink as well. But I don't
Pink
think
as well.
It's the right shot because it's just going to make it difficult for him to clear up those reds.
exactly. So
I think.
the choice between the brown and the yellow, I think, depends on
I think the yellow is better because you can
his target,
come off the cushion.
his target red, which remains to be seen. Okay, so this red seems to be on, then in the bottom right pocket. Not quite clear on the camera, but clear as a whistle in the sight and the cueing of Ishpreet.
He's trailing 12 points right now.
It's a fantastic shot he's played there. I doubt anybody could have played that better. He will have to go back up the table, but to get that cannon, get the white back off the cushion, especially when the white and red are so close, extremely well controlled shot.
He's ensured that he's on an angle.
And I think now those two reds near the pink spot, he has freed them up. Of course, needs the right angle, but they are on. And maybe so is those, you see those two reds vertically aligned. I doubt if either one of them is on.
And this is not the first time Ishpreet has played a shot like this, where he's lined up for a red with the rest.
Yes.
You know, even in the opening frames as well, he's done this. Even yesterday, he played a shot against Aditya. He had these 3-4 reds in the middle, but he yet went for that one with the rest. So it just speaks about his confidence.
Absolutely, it does.
That, and he actually is.
Very, very strong with the rest.
I think he today is, in the top 2 of India with the rest. His
Yeah.
rest play is phenomenal. Seems like a simple role.
Yeah, he just drop the white behind the red.
A simple roll. He's looking for that angle so that he can follow it, and he can come off two cushion back for the black.
There's a bit of it.
Yeah.
Needs maybe a bit of left side. Not quite sure. Yeah, the angle just wasn't enough and he had to force that in. Which, if a red is that close,
It seems like that red is on, the same red which Ishpreet missed. It seems on, but it's too much of a cut.
maybe snookered by that red along the cushion.
Pankaj didn't want to take any chances. He just played it safe. Ishpreet knows that there are no other obvious reds for sale, so he's, I think, lining up for that long red. He doesn't want to play safe and, keep it short. He wants to play the attacking snooker.
I think he just sends this red back up the table, leaves the white on the baulk cushion. I might be wrong, but he's gone for the pot. He has. And
Unfortunate for the double kiss.
yes, because he's read that same left. He's left that same red on in the same pocket. Except this one is much easier. Pankaj again having a look at those two reds, which Ishpreet did not long ago, trying to find the right angle to get the white in.
I think he's got the angle to
Make a
stun-
cannon?
Yeah, he's got the angle to stun the black and free up those two reds which are stuck to each other. And if he gets lucky, he's on one of them or both.
He does have it onto the center. It's not an easy shot.
And in the center, he's got on the top.
He's got it in the top pocket as well. He's aiming low, so I think he's coming back for the black. No, he was just going for it in the center. Bit of a drag shot, I think. What is the position of those two reds near the pink spot relative to the spot itself? Does the pink come back on the spot? Does it hinder them in the shots that follow? Wow. Is that red on? He's already having a look at those two reds, so I'm assuming that yes, that red is on.
He's going to follow this pink and nudge that red below.
Yeah, just enough angle on that. Very well played. And that's where the billiards comes in handy. He's leading by 15 now. This pink will make that lead of 21 points. So he does need the red on the cushion towards the right of your screen, regardless of what color he takes right now. And he doesn't need anything beyond that either. So that is the shot.
The difference is 21, and he just needs one more color.
Yes. No, there are two reds on the table.
So he needs two big colors.
And he's gone the smart route. He's gone the route of just snookering Ishpreet.
This is not the snooker we want to see. Difference 22 and 4 more.
Yeah, he'll just ask the balls to be replaced. There's no question about it. And even if Ishpreet breaks this, he can have absolutely no idea where the white, where the red will land up. They've landed in an extremely favorable position for him, with the blue covering the majority of the red, if not all of it. And the position of the yellow relative to the red means if Pankaj gives away a foul, there are chances of a free ball as well. Now it's Pankaj who is given somewhat of a counter. I think some of the red is visible. Ambitious try, no doubt about it. And would have been something if he got the red and cleared up the table from there. But unfortunately, things have ended up going the other way. And this will in all likelihood be the end of the frame. And I think after the second last red, when he gave that snooker, if it wasn't already clear, then the 28-time world champion has made it abundantly clear. Now he's here to win. That will be the end of the frame. And perhaps a short interval as well of a few minutes.
Why are they taking it to